4th, 2024. We are at Washington City Hall in the City Council chambers for our regularly scheduled workshop meeting. Council, I'll look to you for an approval of the agenda as outlined.
Mayor, I can make the approval of the Washington City Council workshop agenda for January 24th.
There's a motion by Councilman Ivey. Second by Councilman Belliston. All in favor?
Aye.
The agenda is approved. Council, we have one agenda item. After this particular item, we've scheduled to do council pictures, and then we'll reconvene at 6 o'clock for our regular meeting. This time we'll have the presentation of the audited Washington City financial statements for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023. I'll welcome CPA Chad Atkinson with Hitton Burdick CPAs and Advisors. Mr. Atkinson.
Mayor, members of the council, it's good to be with you today to go over the fiscal year 2023 audit presentation. I've been introduced, and it's good to be here, and I'll just take a moment here. I live in Washington City, so I'm excited to be here. I don't often get to give presentations in my own hometown, so so this is a cool event for me today. So
where do you live?
Log Lane.
Nice.
Yeah, down there,
That is
just off of
Right
Log
down
Lane.
off Sandia, so, by the church.
Right where the log house is.
Right where the log house is, yeah. Robbie Staley built that house, okay. So first up on my little bit of an introduction, just want to say thanks to the city and the city's staff for their assistance in completing the engagement. Of course, you know, an audit is intrusive, and so there's a lot of back and forth information, looking at documents, all of those things. We appreciate the city's responsiveness to us and allowing us to complete the process. As I go through the presentation today, I'd invite any kind of insight that would come from Mr. Red or Brian, if they have anything that they would like to add as I go along. As I will be covering things at a high level, there's sometimes details that want to be added, so we invite them to participate. Also, I want to encourage you to read the management's discussion and analysis in your document. That document is intended to be kind of the executive summary for the fiscal year, so I would encourage you to take some time to look at that if you don't have time to go through all of it. So first of all, I'm going to cover the audit reports and then findings if there were any, and then I'll cover some financial highlights. Keep in mind that the financial highlights are just selected financial highlights that I thought might be important to the council to consider, but obviously you want to explore those things deeper with staff. They can provide additional insights there. Any questions as we begin?
Let's do this.
Okay, let's do it. We won't be here too long, but we'll go through some things. So the governance letter you should have received in your electronic packet. Honestly, that is a standard communication letter that's given out for CPAs to circulate and then to modify as needed. The communications in there are standard communications. There was nothing in there that I felt like we needed to highlight in this presentation. So if you have questions about that letter or anything in it, you're welcome to reach out to me and I can clarify anything for you there. The other reports that we have in your financial statements, the independent auditor's report is on page 1 of the financial statements. We issued an unmodified or clean opinion on the financial statements. That is the desired outcome. As you begin the audit, you begin with the idea that you're going to have a clean opinion on the financial statements, and so that's exactly what occurred. We believe there's no material modifications that need to be made to the statements. The other reports that we issue, I'll cover those as well. The report on internal control over financial reporting is on page 83. There were no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies in internal control. So what we do each year is we review each of the processes, the main financial processes for the city. We do walkthroughs through the different control aspects of those financial processes. And any kind of deficiencies that we come across, we're supposed to communicate those to you. And if they're material or if they're significant, there'll be material weaknesses or significant deficiencies. So we're happy to report there were no control deficiencies reported this year. In previous years, there's been some minor control deficiencies that we've given to management, specifically some recommendations. In looking at those things this year as the new engagement partner, I felt like some of those were a little bit immaterial or de minimis or not really necessary, so I took those out, not wanting to spend any more time with those kind of things. So I hope that's okay with the council. Anything that we come across during the audit, I communicate with Brian or Jeremy and let them know of particular things that could be improved or revised that are de minimis, and then they make those corrections as they go. So the report on state compliance is on page 85. We issued an unmodified or clean opinion on state compliance. There was nothing that came to our attention in our test work there. We have the regulations that we go through each year based on the state auditor audit program. We go through each of those things, and there was nothing that came to our attention in that area as well. The city has received federal funding but hasn't expended the funding yet. And so we're expecting a federal single audit probably in future years as that money is expended, but there wasn't enough to be audited this year, so that was not needed. Okay, so that's all the reports. Any questions there?
Council, what questions do you have for our auditor?
Well, just the findings is really a good place to start, because then we leave all those details to the experts. But so we proved well in most areas. Felt like everything was above board and the way we expect it. We know Brian and his staff does a great job, so appreciate that.
Yeah, they take those prior year findings seriously and try to get those resolved. So we're happy to report the progress there, I guess.
Yeah, good, thank you.
Additional comments, questions? Councilman Henderson.
Were there any recommended improvements to be made, or?
We had a couple of, I should have wrote those down. There were a couple of verbal things that we went over. Do you remember what those were, Brian? Yes, there were some transfers in which one side of the budget, in the budgeting process, there was like it was budgeted transfers in or transfers out that were budgeted, but then the other side of the equation didn't get budgeted. So in the budget, there's a transfer going out, but no transfer coming in on a different fund. So we just pointed that out and said, make sure you address that in the budget when you make budget amendments. So, okay.
You've been auditing Washington City for how many years now?
That's a good question. I don't know. I haven't done the history
About
check
as long
on
as
that.
I can remember.
Yeah.
But a boring audit, a clean audit is a good audit. Is that right?
Yes, it's a good audit. Yeah, a boring audit is. You're right. I think you're going to have some challenges. You're making a change in software systems coming up, but I don't think does that hit the first part of the fiscal year? Yeah. So hopefully we'll have a clean audit for fiscal year 24, and then 25 we'll see how the new software handles.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, having a degree in accounting, but not ever practiced as an accountant, I can appreciate the work that you do as an auditor and all the efforts and the dual control and the systems that are in place to keep the taxpayers' dollars safe and secure and used as budgeted and as responsible stewards. This might be a record. Jeremy, did you have anything to add to that?
I do, but you have a few more slides, or are you finished?
I do
Are you
have a
good?
few more
Okay, I
slides.
think he has a couple more, but
Oh, I thought you were done.
No. I'm just
Okay.
getting to the financial highlights.
Oh, great. Well, let's keep going.
Okay.
we got to get the
I
highlights.
thought we could get at least 10 minutes in rather than 5, but yeah, go ahead.
All right. So if you have your financial statements, I'll give you just a second to turn to these 2 pages and take a look. I don't want to skip over these financial statements. I do have some graphs that I'll go over, but on page 20 of the financial statements is your statement of revenues and expenditures for your governmental funds. I'll give you a minute to just look at that to see if you have any questions that would pop up there. And then the same thing goes with page 24. Page 24 would go over your operating revenues and operating expenses for your business type activities. And like I said, this is intended to be a high-level discussion, but you can see on page 20, the overall results for the governmental funds within the city was an increase in the fund balance of $310,000. So a little bit of an improvement there. Of course, the general fund was down a little bit, and the capital project streets fund was up a little bit, but overall it was up. And then on page 24, if you want to look at business type activities, you've got the several different funds there, but overall the total enterprise funds were up 11.4 million from the previous year. A lot of that has to do with capital contributions that are made by developers, but 11.4 million was the number. So any particular questions there before we?
Chad, did we
Right on.
collapse? It looks like we collapsed the irrigation fund into the water fund. Is
That's
that
correct. Yeah, the irrigation fund was transferred over to the water fund. Yep.
okay?
You can see that transfer and the transfers in and transfers out there.
And then we line item the irrigation expenditures within the,
In the water fund, yeah.
okay, great. Questions or ready to go on?
Yep. All right, here we go. So some slides that you've seen before. Let's see, we're on property tax. Yep, okay. So this is your current property tax, just to see the trend that's going on there for the last 5 years. You're up at 5.3 million in property tax revenues. Okay.
And of course, those are based on increased values, not that the city has raised any tax rate or base.
Yeah.
Right.
Increasing values, that's right. Same thing with.
Probably in large part, increase in number of properties with that effective tax rate.
Yes, you're in growth mode for sure. Yes, as I've noticed. All right, so then your sales tax, this is also a slide that's been in here before. Your sales tax is on the rise as well. 12.7 million right now, fiscal year 23. I would suppose projections will probably be going up from there as well. The next slide here has to do with your general fund expenses year over year. And just a couple of comments to make here. Just on the major changes. In public safety, as I look back in the audit file, public safety expenditures increased due to increases in salaries, employee benefits, and a little bit of spending on emergency vehicles. The other one that was on the rise, parks, golf, cemetery, and public property, that increased due to spending in salaries, employee benefits, and capital spending as well. And then culture and recreation increased due to spending for salaries, employee benefits, and utility costs. So, and then you'll see at the bottom here, you've got an interesting trend with transfers, and this is planned in the budgeting cycle, right? Transfers were reduced from the general fund for the fiscal year, so there were less transfers, 4.4 less in transfers. So that gave you an overall decrease in expenditures from the previous year. A little under $1 million there, 900,256. Again, high level presentation here, but if you need to get into the details, you know where to get them. Brian has those for you. So let's cover just these the proprietary funds, the business type funds. We'll cover each of these has a slide. I've added a couple of things to these slides just for comparability purposes and just to get a flavor for what some of the ratios might mean. The main thing that I've added here is at the bottom, months of reserves based on current year operating expenses. So we take your current operating expenses, divide by 12, and then see how many months you actually have in reserve there if you were to shut down. Not that you're going to do that, but this gives you a comparison from 22 to 23 to see how many months in reserve you have. The bare minimum for most funds is going to be 2 months at a bare minimum. And then obviously, depending on your capital needs and other things like that, you might build up a large reserve depending on the needs of the city. So the water fund had operating revenues that increased Also, operating expenses were up at a faster pace, up 1.2 million. So overall, the income or loss before transfers and capital contributions was down from the previous year. But you still have a good unrestricted net position. Net position is just your equity at a point in time. So what was on hand at June 30, 2023, and then how many months of reserves does that represent? So you had a little over 9 million in unrestricted equity, and then about 12 months of reserves in the water fund. Any questions on the water fund before we keep going? All right, the sewer fund, this will give you a snapshot for this, operating revenues and expenses for the 2 years, and then the months of reserves. And your unrestricted net position right there in the middle, that's your equity on hand. So it's down a little bit from the prior year, but not much of a concern there. You still have plenty of reserves on hand. I say that assuming that I haven't looked at your capital outlay budget, but I'm assuming you have a lot of, with growth and things like that in the city, you have to plan to have reserves so that you have the cash flow to provide for those improvements. Okay, electric fund, we'll hit that really fast. Electric fund had quite an increase in its operating revenues. I think the cost of power was up, if I remember right. Looking at the cost of power in this fund was affecting the fund a lot. And you've got about 6 months of reserve still in your electric fund, at 12.2 million in your net position. And these slides obviously are available. If you need them from Brian, he can provide them to you. And storm drain, final one in the business type funds. Storm drain has 1.2 million in its unrestricted net position and about 7 months of reserves on hand. Operating revenues were up just slightly at 16,000, and operating expenses were up 226. This final slide is just your total fund balances and whether they were up, increasing or decreasing at the end of 2023. The main one, the major fund here at the top, the streets fund, was up 437,365 due to increases in sales tax and some impact fee revenues in that fund. Okay, so last slide. Now I'm Mayor. Now I think I'm there. I want to say thank you to Victoria for assisting in this engagement, and the audit team for getting through the process with you. And I want to say thank you for the opportunity to serve the city, and happy to address any questions or answer any questions afterwards as well.
Thank you.
So now I'd like to make a comment, if that's okay. I think it's just our one chance to really thank Brian and his finance team. He'd be the first one to tell you it's a real team effort, but we have a fantastic finance group. They don't show up here a lot. They're pretty quiet behind the scenes, but they do a tremendous job keeping our city operating and in the black, and make sure that everything is done properly. And I have full confidence in them, and these audits show that they do a tremendous job. So thanks, Brian, and thank your team as well, please.
Well said. Well, we appreciate you, Chad. Brian, let's keep it clean again next year, okay? We like boring audits, and we like it when we have an auditor who lives in our city. So it's fantastic.
Yeah, it's really cool. So thank you.
Okay. That is the only agenda item on this work session. So council, I'll turn to you at this time for a motion to adjourn this meeting, and we'll break for pictures.
So moved.
A motion by Councilman Coates.
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Casperson. All in favor?
Aye.
We stand adjourned until our regular meeting at 6 p.m.
Good evening. It's nice to see a full house tonight. This is going to be a good meeting. Today is Wednesday, January 24th, 2024. We are in the City Council chambers of Washington City Hall for our regular meeting. We are pleased to have Brother Stephen King, representing the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and the Interfaith Council, here to offer the invocation. Brother King, if you'd like to come forward and if you'd like to say a few words or the prayer, however you'd like to proceed.
Thank you. We are grateful that you allow this Interfaith Council to be here and present these prayers. I do have two quick announcements. Next month is United Nations Interfaith Harmony Month. And in conjunction with that, in St. George, we will be doing, in Washington, and actually Washington County, we'll be doing a Interfaith Harmony Day concert and celebration entitled All Are Welcome. What this consists of basically is 9 different congregations bring their choir, they sing, and then there's 14 congregations that are represented around the hall. This will be at Crimson Cliffs High School. So they'll be in the auditorium, and it's great to walk around and talk to the other religions and just find something out about them. Like I say, it's the Harmony Day here, and it's Harmony Month from the United Nations. So I'll leave this flyer with you.
Yes, and can you tell us the time again? Our recorder's listening, and she'll get it on the council
Okay, so that's
calendar.
Saturday, February 17th at 7 p.m.
Wonderful.
Crimson Cliffs High School Auditorium. That's 4430 South Crimson Cliffs Way in Washington.
Perfect.
The
Great.
second one, we've been waiting for this, and the day has arrived where the Red Cliffs Temple for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints will be open to the public. That starts next week. The open house, the public open house, is from 9 a.m. until 8 p.m. every day except Sunday through the month of February.
Fantastic.
Okay?
Great.
May I pray for us?
Please.
Our dear Father in heaven, we express to thee thanks. Thanks for this city. Thanks for those who have volunteered and have been elected to lead us. We are grateful tonight, especially for the Washington City Youth Council who is here, and for the junior ROTC who are present. We understand and appreciate the youth of this community, and pray that we of the older generation may leave a legacy behind for them, that they can step into our shoes and lead this community the way it needs to be led. We are grateful for those who are elected, including our mayor, and pray that Crest Staley will be blessed with inspiration and guidance as he leads us in this city. We pray for the first responders and those who protect us. We pray that they may be safe and kept well, that they can keep this community safe and that peace may abide here. We pray for health and strength for all who labor in this city, and pray that tonight this meeting will be conducted in an appropriate and a peaceful manner, that the business which is conducted will benefit each of us who are here. We do thank thee for all who are present and pray for all of these things in the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Leave it here.
Thank you very much. I've asked Commander Ginger Lee of the Pineview High School Junior ROTC Cyber Patriot unit to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Staff Sergeant Lee.
Would the room please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will be inviting you and your group back up shortly.
All right.
Thank you. Council, before I call for an approval of the agenda, I will make note that we do have need to go to closed session only for purchase, exchange, or lease of property. That said, I'll call for a motion to approve this agenda.
Make a motion, we approve the agenda for January 24th, 2024, council agenda items.
I have a motion by Councilman Coates,
Second?
second by Councilman Henderson. All in favor? Aye. And the agenda is approved. So this evening, the next item on the agenda is announcements. I'm going to just take the liberty to make a few announcements and a few recognitions here. While we are here at Washington City for our regularly scheduled council meetings, as a mayor and council and staff, many of us would like to have been able to attend an event down at Crimson Cliffs High School this evening. And our thoughts and prayers are with the Evans family. Our fire chief, Chief Matt Evans, whose daughter Ashley, a young married mom, is in need of a bone marrow transplant due to aplastic anemia. So as we speak, there is a benefit event, a concert, a dinner, silent auction at Crimson Cliffs High School. And we appreciate our partners in the school district at Crimson Cliffs specifically for opening their doors for our high school here in Washington and hosting that event for an important cause. And I want to publicly thank not only Captain Kaloa and his wife, but all the other firefighters who have taken that initiative to band together and to do whatever they can for the chief's daughter, as she's got a long road ahead of her. So with those bone marrow transplants and with a lot of recovery time and travel up to the northern end of the state. So again, tonight, before you go to bed, just take a moment in your way. Please keep Ashley Evans and the Evans family in your thoughts and prayers. A few other announcements. There will be an open house for the gymnasium behind the old school for the renovation. It's reached its 100-year-old birthday, and it's in need of a little bit of renovation and preservation and modernization. So on Monday, January 29th, we invite all of the public to come between 5 p.m. and 7 p.m. and share your thoughts. We'll have some exhibits of what the initial renderings and plans are. We had a very good turnout a week or so ago, where we invited all of all of the local civic organizations to do a walkthrough. We've taken all of that feedback, and we want the public feedback before the final drawings are complete and the council authorizes this project to move forward. On Saturday, February 3rd, that morning are the Dogtown races. Yes, we're calling them the Dogtown races once again, the Dogtown half. And I know that our youth council will be there. I know Councilman Coates will be there. I'm saying that I have a pulled hamstring, and that's my excuse this time.
I wasn't sure if I was going to make it, but now I apparently have to.
You got to carry the team, Councilman. So that's a fun event. If you're a runner and want to sign up, there's still time. Before we do a recognition, Council, are there any announcements of dates or activities that I may have missed that have to do with your assignments? Okay, seeing none, it is my pleasure to recognize the Pineview High School Junior ROTC cybersecurity team. And before I invite them up and recognize them, I want to tell you that the Cyber Patriot team recently took first place in the state in cybersecurity and 7th in the nation out of 275 teams.
And I would like to individually invite them to come forward as their names are read, to stand here, and then I will interact just a little bit with them. Let's start with the commander, Sergeant Ginger Lee, if you'll come forward. Next, I see Sergeant Noah Zontini. Airman Larison Walker. Airman Chester Pierce. Airman Mariah Staley. Airman Melissa Laredo. Former Commander Cole Mickelson. Coach Jeremy Barrett. And Coach, if you wouldn't mind standing there in the middle with your commander there for a minute. Sure. Let's start with you, Coach. Tell us what this means to you for the opportunity to work with these youth.
You couldn't find a more special group of kids. They're unique in just their desire to do the program, and then to excel at this level. It's pretty cool to watch the next generation be so on it, because they're so much more than I ever was at their age.
So as a coach, what do you do with this group?
I babysit. They run the whole program.
You show up?
I show up. It's my job to be parental supervision and disseminate passwords and material. That's it.
Fantastic.
As far as the logistics, as training and what they train on and how they train, that's all them.
Fantastic.
They run the entire program themselves.
Fantastic. Thank you, Coach. If you'll stand over there by Cole. Commander Lee, tell us about this. Speak right into that mic. Pull that mic a little towards you there. Tell us about the competition, the competitions, and tell us what it meant to work with this group of Junior Air Force ROTC cadets.
It's definitely been a fun ride.
And speak loud, right into that mic.
We've had 4 competitions so far. The qualifier rounds, round 1 and 2. Then we had state round, and then since we won that one, we got into semifinals, which we did last Friday. We won't receive scores for that until a few weeks out, but it has honestly been very fun. I wasn't totally ready for leadership, but I just took it by the reins, and we did pretty well. I'm really proud of these cadets. They are on it just as much as I could hope for them to be. They do their own research a lot of the time. We kind of collaborate. It's definitely a fun team effort, and I've learned a lot myself along the way, trying to, compete and everything. So it's been
So
fun.
what does a competition like that look like? Help us understand.
It looks like 8 kids in one room on computers. We all wear really comfy clothes because it's a 4-hour span of time that we have. It used to be 8, but it was cut down to 4. And we basically boot up computers within our own computers, and we fix them. And it's really fun. It gets kind of frantic near the end. You're trying to score for points and really get I don't know. It's definitely a rush at the end, but it's very fun. A lot of collaboration. It's all timed, and we get food.
And you get food.
We get food.
How do you know who wins?
Cyber Patriot will release the scores in 2 to 3 weeks for semifinals, and then the reports come via email and an online scoreboard, which you can see at cyberpatriot.org.
And this is May, as I understand. Did I see something in the news about this?
Oh, yes, sir.
I see.
We've been in CCTV as well as St. George News.
Yeah, so this is a big deal. This is a big deal. Well, congratulations on being an excellent commander. You're absolutely right. It's a team effort, and that's something that each of you can be so proud of in doing. We have the honor of working with a great team here in Washington City. One of those team members you know very well.
believe you do.
And it's an honor and privilege to work with her. Noah, you're second in command, is that right?
Oh, she does most of the heavy lifting.
Yeah, so does her mother. Tell us just a little bit about what this means to you.
Well, I've never been on a city council meeting before, so this is definitely a unique experience for me.
Yeah, well, we absolutely want to recognize you. Pineview High School, where a lot of us are Pineview High School grads. It's just as much part of our community as Crimson Cliffs. But I'm saying, what does it mean to you to be part of this group and to have the success that you're having?
Well, it means I have a lot of friends, and I get to do something I love, which is with computers. You know, I've had a lot of interest in computers since I was very young. So being able to do this into something that's very relevant, which is cybersecurity, I think is a great honor to me.
Well said. We couldn't be prouder. For council, any comments or questions for this group before we give them a round of applause? Councilman?
I just think it's great. Keep up the good work. We need youth like you for our next generation. So I'm
Thank you,
excited
sir.
to have you and the good work you're doing. So
I'd just like, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, how many of you plan on going to the military? Maybe not, huh?
I think there's only 3 of us who have been in the military on this stand. It's a pretty good deal. And frankly, you know, to keep America safe with what you're doing, but what you're doing right now matters. The experience, the teamwork, the collaboration is fantastic. Councilman Ivy.
I was just going to ask, what leadership skills have you learned that will help you throughout your life?
Who should we ask on this one? We got to share this love a little
Let's
bit.
ask Miss Daly.
Mariah, would you answer that question? Come on over to the mic.
Hi, Mariah. You've grown up since I've seen you last.
I've learned a lot from Ginger. She's a really kind leader. She helps us out a lot. Everyone on the team we collaborate well. The great team. I've learned how to cooperate with people better. You know, be part of something. I guess.
Fantastic. Would you mind if we get a picture with you? We'll come down and stand behind you. The mayor and council will stand behind you and get a picture. Go first. Let's give these guys a round of applause. So stay right there and just turn around. We'll get a picture there. We'll move on to our next item of business, which is, and we'll excuse the Junior Air Force ROTC. Next item on the agenda is declaration of abstentions and conflicts. Council, anything to declare this evening? Seeing nothing to declare, we'll move on to the next item, which is our Washington City Youth Council. You look great, and it's been 2 days. We missed you so much. If you didn't know, the Washington City Youth Council is renowned throughout the state, and they do an annual trip to the legislature where they meet with the governor, the lieutenant governor, many of the legislators, and they just represent us so well. We could not be prouder of them and the way that they represent the city on that trip, but also at every event, often behind the scenes, on the front lines, whatever it may be. We are so proud of our youth council. For those of you who don't know, the organization of the 29 strong, which is the largest group we've had yet, they each have assignments that mirror the elected and hired administrative functions of a city. And it's just fantastic. Under the leadership of Carmen Snow, they just excel in every way, and they make us so proud. So tonight, there's a separate individual item on the agenda for the presentation of their annual report. So I will invite Mayor Reese to come forward and take it from here. Mayor?
So to start out, Tessa is actually the historian on our council. So she has made a video of what we've done over the past year-ish, and so she's gonna play that first.
You're bringing the skills, Tessa? While she's pulling that out, did you guys do okay on the bus ride home? You kept it in check a little bit? You were probably pretty gassed after the...
That's what I heard. You slept the whole time. Rough little late night or something, hanging out too late.
Okay, here we go.
Hard work and perseverance and overcoming that is ingrained in our DNA as Utahns. Even if we're new Utahns, we inherit that work ethic, that persistence, that power as a Utah.
I watched them tearing the building down, a gang of men in a busy town. With a evening coat and a lusty yell, they swung a beam and the sidewall fell. I asked the foreman of these men, are these men as skilled as the men you had to build? He gave a laugh and said, no, indeed. Commonly with all I need, I can easily wreck in a day or two. What builders have taken years to do. So I thought to myself as I went my way, which of these roads do I try to fill? Am I a builder who works with care, measuring life by the rule and square? I'm shaping my deeds to a well-laid plan, patiently doing the best I can. We're a worker who walks the pin, content with the labor. And when you meet consumers of record, you get out there.
you, Tessa. Okay, I'm Mayor Reese Tanner, and like Mayor Staley said, we have 29 members on our council this year, and our theme is leadership is a big piece of the puzzle. The Youth Council just got back from traveling to the state capitol during the legislature sessions. Carmen Snow, our advisor, has set the trip up for the last 13 years. We were happy that you and the city council were able to join us there, while along with the city manager, city attorney, legislative issues, and community events coordinator. This trip gave us an opportunity to witness and hear from and meet our representatives and senators. It also gives us a better understanding of the political process. We started our trip Sunday night with a private tour of the state capitol with wonderful stories and histories given by our tour guide, May Kennedy, arranged by Senator Ipsen. That night, we were joined by Representative Jack and his wife and Senator Vickers. In the rotunda, 4 of our youth, Kalina Tucker, Henry Roper, Ben Bohannon, and Corbin Jackson sang the national anthem. It was simply beautiful. We started early Monday morning attending Appropriation and Education Committee meetings, giving us insight into what's happening while the legislature is in session. Then headed to the Gold Room where we met Senator Owens, and he gave us great words to live by. Always show up, do the work, don't expect others to do it for you. I was honored to introduce Lieutenant Governor Deidre Henderson. She addressed us and let us know her responsibilities, one of which was making sure the Great Seal of Utah was always taken care of, and she is the only one that can give permission for it to be used. She does have more important duties. One of them is elections. She has concerns regarding cell phones in school, and a bill is coming up during the session, which includes that students can learn better with their phone out of the classroom, not on the desk, turned off or in their pockets, but out of the classroom. She also expresses the importance of youth actually talking with each other rather than on their phones. Lieutenant Governor told us about a service program for youth that is working well in northern Utah schools, but not yet started in the Washington County School District. She did state she knew we understood the importance of service and involvement because we were here, a part of the Washington City Youth Council. In politics, Lieutenant Governor Henderson stands by the wisdom of the U.S. Constitution, free markets, fiscal conservatism, federalism, and the blessings of freedom and liberty. Our Washington City Youth Council City Manager Ben Bohannon presented the Lieutenant Governor with a thank you, which expressed that she's a big piece of the puzzle for Utah. This is the first time that the governor was unable to join us because he was out of town, but sent his best wishes. We loved hearing from you, Mayor Staley. It's exciting to hear the direction Washington is going and seen nationally. You did mention Utah is known for our trick or treat. Well, we are proud that as a youth council, we do trick or treat every year at the Covington home as Covington children's returning as zombies for the children in Washington. So we are helping and keeping that going on in Utah. We also want to thank you for making Lieutenant Governor an honorary citizen of our great Washington. She is always there for us and loves Washington City. We then went to the House Gallery, watched the electronic board as the representatives arrived and told us that this is where the order of the bills being voted also come up in the House in session and shows how every legislator voted. Representative Jack had us stand in the gallery and he introduced us to the council, to the House, and expressed the youth council and thanked them to let them know that they were an important piece to keep the state of Utah strong. From there, we went to the Senate gallery, and Senator Vickers gave us a wonderful introduction in the Senate, and we received a wonderful applause from them too. We concluded with pictures on the state capitol steps, then headed to the Senate conference room where Senator Don Ipson had a yummy Ernie's chicken lunch there for everyone. Then we heard from the budget chair, fiscal analysts, and lobbyists. They explained how each of their jobs works, from getting a bill forward and to getting it passed, then signed by the governor or vetoed, or he doesn't have to sign it at all. It was a lot for us to take in such a short visit, but so worth it. To help us retain everything we learned, we stopped by the creamery in Beaver for ice cream. Our expert bus driver, Bob Cox, returned us safely home to our wonderful town in Washington. Lastly, it was a wonderful experience that we will never forget. And Mayor, thank you for getting on the bus and sending us on our way with high fives. We had a wonderful learning experience, and we know it is important to be educated on what the state needs and the citizens' wants, and understand that every piece of the puzzle it takes for Utah to run. Applications for the Washington City Youth Council for the next year coming up for the 2024 to 2025 year can be found on washingtoncity.org/youth council, and they're due on March 17th. And they need to be turned in at the community center. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Reese, perfect, excellent delivery. But before we let you go, and I know it's a Wednesday night and a lot of the group are at various places, but there are a number of you who made the effort to be here. So before you go, I would like to invite each of you to come forward and tell us your name and your role on the Youth Council. All right, so let's just, Mayor Reese, send them up however you want. You can. Why don't you start it out, or Tessa, however you want to do it. Mayor, you're in charge.
Hey, Mayor, while they're, if you don't mind for just a moment, I just, thank you, Carmen, for setting it up. I don't think a lot of people realize this, but our youth council gets a level of attention to detail up there that no other youth council in the state of Utah, I think, has a similar opportunity. So it's pretty neat. We had 6 of our 7 legislators made it a point to come and visit and sit down, and certainly Senator Vickers, Representative Jack, and Senator Ipson spent a lot of time on that tour, and it was very kind of them to do so and bring all those people in and be that involved in our youth council. So we appreciate them for that.
Thank you, Councilman Bellison. And Councilman Bellison has that assignment now with Youth Council. Mayor Reese, if you'll file them up here, let's have them go one by one. Looks like we're starting there. Tell us your name and what your assignment or your role is on the Youth Council.
I'm Tessa Stewart, and I'm the historian, so lots of pictures and setting up this video.
Great job on the video.
I'm Sylvia Segmiller, and my job is the Pineview representative. So I'm a connection between the school and the council. And so right now I'm going to be telling the school about the applications for the council.
Perfect. Good job. All right.
My name is Taylor Brown, and I am the secretary for the Executive Council. My job is kind of to keep Carmen Snow in order, and sometimes a tough thing, but she makes it really easy on us.
There you go. Good job.
Hi, my name is Kalina Tucker, and I'm the liaison for Utah Arts Academy, which is really important to me, so I get to keep my school connected.
Excellent.
I'm Camria Bushnell, and I'm the social media liaison, so I work with our social media outlets.
Perfect.
Are you the one that does all the social media and posts all that? No? You help? Okay. It's great by both of you, whoever it helps.
I'm Megan Kirk, and
Here you go, Megan.
I'm Megan Kirk, and I'm the communication. So I do the posts, and I make sure everybody is where they need to be, and I keep track of the hours so that we have accurate representations of our service hours.
Yeah, you just keep it all together. Good job, Megan.
Hey, I'm Maylee Belknap, and I am an executive councilwoman, so I just get to be there for all of our meetings and our executive decisions, and yeah.
Cool.
I'm Keaton Earl, and I'm an executive council member, and I basically just second every meeting.
There you go.
I'm Rachel Paxman. I'm co-social activities chair, so I help plan all of the parties, even though Carmen does like everything. So I just get to do the fun parts, and it's really great.
All right, Ms. Paxman, you have the same pin I have.
I do.
Can you tell us about that?
We were given these pins as a gift when we left the Capitol that has Utah's beehive as well as the American flag on it, and I'm glad to wear that on my youth council gear.
Yeah, me too. Good job. Who's next?
Hi, my name is Courtney Boone, and I am a representative for Crimson Cliffs High School.
Great. Chrislyn?
I'm Kristen Wilson, and I am the youth advisor, so I'm there to help Carmen with whatever she needs, and it's been a great experience to be able to continue to work with the youth of today. So
Hey, Kristlyn, but not for long, right?
Yeah.
Kristlyn's leaving on a mission here pretty quick. So back to place of the world I used to live in back in Tennessee. So we'll miss you.
I'm gonna miss it too, so.
Carmen, would you like to say anything? Can I twist your arm? I know you don't miss many opportunities to brag on this amazing group, so I'm verbally twisting your arm here.
They are amazing. They really, truly are. And I've never worked with such a great group as this group this year. They've been awesome and incredible. But what's so wonderful about them, they never ask why. They just want to do. And I get paid very well all the time with all the love I think I've received from each of them. Yeah. So I want to thank you for the opportunity that I have to be their advisor.
Yeah, we appreciate you very much. Youth Council, let's give a round of applause and then let's get a picture. And Youth Council, please feel free to be excused. I know you have a lot going on in your lives. Okay, Council, we'll move on with the consent agenda, another long consent agenda, which consists of the approval of the minutes from the City Council meetings of 1/10/24, final plats, approval of the final plat for Franklin Fields Phase 2, approval of the final plat for Shooting Star Phase 5, approval of the final plat for Sunrise Valley Industrial Phase 2, final plat amendments, amended final plat for Riverbend Phase 1, amended final plat for Riverbend Phase 2, and amended final plat for Riverbend Phase 3. I'm happy to entertain a motion on the consent agenda.
Mayor, I'll make a motion. We approve the consent agenda as stated.
You've heard the motion by Councilman Coates.
Second.
I have a second by Councilman Belliston. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The consent agenda is approved. We'll move on to the next item of business, which is a resolution.
I'll read this as part of the agenda, so it's in the minutes, but council, as the motion is made, don't feel like you have to read the whole thing. You can make the motion to approve the resolution as written and presented. But item 6A is consideration of a resolution authorizing the issuance and sale by the city of not more than 10 million aggregate principal amount of water revenue bonds, Series 2024. The Series 2024 bonds, fixing the maximum aggregate principal amount of the Series 2024 bonds, the maximum number of years over which the Series 2024 bonds may mature, the maximum interest rate which the Series 2024 bonds may bear, and the maximum discount from par at which the Series 2024 bonds may be sold. Delegating to certain officers of the city the authority to approve the final terms and provisions of the Series 2024 bonds within the parameters set forth herein, providing for the posting of a notice of public hearing and bonds to be issued, providing for the running of a contest period, and setting of a public hearing date, authorizing and approving a second supplemental indenture, a bond purchase agreement, and other documents required in connection therewith, authorizing the taking of all other actions necessary to the consummation of the transactions contemplated by the resolution and related matters. That is a mouthful that some attorney really had fun time writing 2024 bonds in a number of times. City Manager Jeremy Redd, if you'll present to the council on this item.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is the beginning of the bonding process that we talked about a couple of weeks ago for the water company to bond for the Long Valley tank. Just so you're up to speed and remember from the last time we did bonding, this parameters resolution sets the maximum parameters that the city can look at, but we'll go in and we will look for parameters that fit within that or bonds that fit within that. So the maximum parameters are not more than $10 million, a maturity date of not more than 21 years, and an interest rate not to exceed 6% per year. So we're looking at about an $8 million bond or thereabouts or less, and then we think we'll be somewhere between 4.5% and 5% and a 20-year bond. So that's the parameters we're.
Is it just for the one tank?
One tank and the lines.
Transmission lines.
Transmission lines.
Further questions for the manager? Councilman Bellis, to speak into the mic there.
Doesn't seems to me the capital facilities plan needs to be finalized prior to this.
No, the tank's already included in our capital. Well, you might be able to help me out, Blake, but it will be, by the time we bond, we will have finalized our capital facilities plan, yes.
Blake, do you want to address that?
Either way, the capital facilities plan has to be passed before we could use impact fees to help pay the loan, but it doesn't have to be passed before we actually incur the debt.
If you want us to add, just lift that mic as high as it goes.
Yeah, it's just we're anticipating that. I mean, we don't have the choice of the tank has to be built. We've already made obligations to supply water to the Long Valley area, and we can't do it without this tank. So we don't really have a choice in that sense. It's in the current capital facilities plan, yes, but it has to be done.
Okay, so
or they cannot proceed any further than where they're at already right now.
So since I'm a little new to the game, right? It still needs to be designed and bid and all that, right? That's still got to go out.
It's designed. The bid will be going out like within the next week or so, and then we'll have those booked by the end of the month. We'll have bids and we'll have amounts in that sense. End of not this month, but sorry, February. We're moving forward with the bids and the design. It's already there. We had some delays. We would have been on this much sooner, but we had delays getting the permission from the BLM to be able to go onto that property, and so that delayed us about 8 months longer than we had planned. So we're kind of under the gun in that sense of trying to get this done so that we're not delaying future development that's already been promised by the city.
So to just, this opens the door to go out and secure, and go out and seek. the-
Start the process, yes.
Okay.
Well, sounds like Mark Anderson from Zions Bank.
Is Mark on? Mark, are you on the line with us with Zions?
I am.
What would you add to this conversation? You've heard the council members' question.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Staley. Jeremy's done a great job of introducing this to the council. I'd probably just add a couple things that the adoption of this resolution also authorizes yourself or Mayor Pro Tem and the city manager to make the final decision on the pricing and terms of the bonds. And it schedules a public hearing for February 28th. I've sent out a tentative calendar to those on the distribution list that suggests that we would also have bids from potential purchasers of the bonds available on the 28th as well. So the council might have some ideas as to what that final transaction might look like. This does not obligate the city to borrow any money at all, but it starts the process with the adoption of the parameters resolution and then the subsequent public hearing that's required to be held, which we've scheduled for the 28th of February. And then after that, there's a contest period that will start running after the notices of the public hearing are posted probably tomorrow. And we've tentatively planned to fund this the middle of March, if that's what the city wants to do.
Still figuring that out too. Those bids will come back before that public hearing and that approval at that point in time, correct?
Yeah, the timing on the bid is different than the timing on the loan, so one could come before the other, but we're doing them simultaneously because we need to get the tank going, so yes.
Bid to establish the amount of the loan though, right?
I mean, we know what the engineer's estimate is, but yes, in a perfect world, we'll know exactly how much we need and then we can borrow that much, but.
We would probably structure the initial bid for an $8 million loan, but the par amount or the amount of the borrowing could increase or decrease depending on the bids. And it shouldn't change the interest rate at all, as long as, you know, the structure of the bond is the same as far as, say, a level amortization where your goal is to have equal payments throughout the life of the bond.
Why are we borrowing 10 million? I don't remember it being that much for one tank.
We're not. We're anticipating $8 million bond, but the parameters go up to 10 million just to give us
even 8. A 1 million gallon tank doesn't cost $8 million. That's why I'm just clarifying, because I don't remember the 8. I'm pulling up the water master plan to look at that to see what we had in the estimates.
I believe the engineer's estimate was around 7.3, 7.5, somewhere in there for everything on that tank.
How long of a water line is it?
It comes down. There's also a booster pump station that goes with it. I'm not going to be able to give you all the exact details on it.
Okay.
Councilman Henderson, Councilman Ivey.
Is that this isn't setting them, this is just setting a range.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just,
okay.
I know what 1 million gallon tanks cost, and that's not it. So there must be more than
2.5 million gallon tank.
Oh, well, that's my problem. Sorry. Thought it was 1 million.
Okay. Yeah.
So Mayor, my question's more on lines of the bond rate itself rather than, so the city has an excellent bond rating. If we could just talk a little bit about what our rating is and how we've performed in past on these and what we expect and kind of what the procedure is for bonding and moving forward.
Sure. Yeah, the city does have really strong financials. In the past, there have been times that we actually have gone out and worked with the rating agencies and become rated when we do larger bonds, you know, in the tens of millions of dollars. But this particular bond, we're looking at doing a private placement where the banks would look at our financials rather than us actually going out and getting rated. And then they would bid on it that way, and we don't have to go through the full rating process with like S&P or Moody's to do that. So that's our anticipation this time.
Thank you. So it was mentioned that we're a little bit under the gun on this because of some setbacks. Does it look like this will be able to be done, assuming that we get this passed tonight, then we would have it produced in enough time, manufactured enough time that it will not hinder development?
Yeah, we believe that it will be, the big pressure is they're trying to get that done so that it's done by the end of the summer.
So the build time is like 6 months or so, something like that?
It will be, sorry, what was that last part you just said?
Like a 6 months build time. And we already have all the authorizations from all the entities that's needed, like BLM and whomever else it might include.
Yeah, we've submitted to all of our designs to the state. We've done with the BLM, all of that. So we're really right about at the point where we're going out to bid.
Yeah.
And then we'll be bringing back bids to the council.
Okay. Yeah, good.
Good questions. Councilman Henderson?
So, Mayor, if I'm understanding correctly, then by February, was it 28th or 23rd or something, we'll have the bids in to look at, and then also some more detailed information on the bond to vote on those items. So
We should be right in there, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But but it still comes back to us for full approval of the bond.
So this particular resolution would not. You would authorize the mayor and I to finalize the parameters within those parameters that you're approving tonight. But you will have full approval. You'll come back and do the approval on the bid, so you'll know exactly how much the tank is.
I'm just not comfortable doing the 10 million. Like, we only show 7.5. Why are we saying 10?
Totally understand. Again, it's a little tricky because this is just the way bonding works. They always like to just give a gap, right? In case they came in and it was 8.1 million, or you know what I'm saying, or say the interest rate, we said 6%. We anticipate it to be 4.5 or 5. I've done a bunch of these. I've never seen them go over, but they try to give some room in case that happens. But again, we anticipate no more than 8 million, 4.5 to 5% interest rate, and for 20 years. So they say 10 million, 6%, 21 years, to give larger parameters than you actually think you'll need. But then you're authorizing us to look at that and say, yeah, that makes sense. We're not going to borrow $10 million if we only need 7.5 for a tank.
I'm just thinking of it kind of as like when you go and get pre-authorized for a home loan, you may not purchase, maybe you don't want to purchase one of that, but you find out that, oh, I could get a house for this much, but I don't necessarily want to get that. But it's nice to have that pre-authorization so that you can get moving forward with it.
It makes sense, but I'm signing on the dotted line and I'm telling the mayor he can sign for me is the difference.
You just have to trust.
I don't even have a pen right now.
So I'm just saying, usually you got to look at the fine tune. I think my concern is just the 10 million is not what we discussed. And so I get what you're saying, but I guess I'm comfortable moving forward. If you tell me right now, I mean, 8 million's enough and we're going to do it. I don't want to borrow more than what we have to, I guess.
And neither do we, Councilman. Those are legitimate concerns, and we recognize that. And frankly, you know, we've bonded before as a council, and you remember the conversations that we've had amongst, and there's no surprises. But this does allow us to move forward on a need that the time frame is getting quite critical. Councilwoman Casperson, did you have anything to add before we?
I've had all my questions answered, and I don't have any concerns with them taking out more than, you know, they'll take out what is the bid for the project, and so I'm comfortable with moving forward and actually making a motion if everyone else is ready.
I'm ready for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution as stated by the mayor.
You've heard the motion by Councilwoman Casperson.
Mayor, I'll second that.
I've got a second by Councilman Ivy. Where this is a resolution, let's go roll call. We'll start with Belliston.
Aye.
Henderson. Aye. Coates. Ivy. Casperson.
Aye.
The resolution is passed unanimously. And Mark, we'll look forward to working with you on the terms and coordinating with Blake and the city manager.
Mayor, may I make one clarification?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Councilman Ivy, please.
So just one clarification for maybe citizens that are at home that are maybe looking through the agenda. The agenda doesn't have the exact numbers. It just references parameters. If you'll read the actual a resolution that has all the numbers and percentages that you'll be looking for to answer all your questions.
Good point. Next item on the agenda are ordinances. The public hearings for both items 7A and 7B occurred at the Plan Commission. Are there any residents here this evening specifically for items 7A or 7B? Okay. Item 7A is consideration to approve an ordinance for zone change request Z-23-15 to approve the design and use of an already zoned planned unit development commercial PUDC located at approximately Washington Fields Road and George Washington Boulevard. The applicant is Sam Patel. City Planner Eldon Gibb will present to the council on this item. Mr. Gibb.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. The PUDC zoning was approved on May 26 of 2021. The surrounding zoning is R115 to the north and west and Ag 20 to the east and south. Proposed request is for the purpose of developing the acreage into a commercial development as shown in the attached exhibits. Staff is very pleased with and supports the proposed design and use application. As shown in the exhibits, the project consists of a convenience store with 6 covered gas pump bays, a retail store, a drive-through car wash with covered vacuums, 2 retail office buildings, 2 quick-serve restaurants with drive-through access, a restaurant, a banquet drive-through, and lastly, a retail restaurant building. The bank and the north 2-story retail office building are a proposed 41 feet tall. The retail building that is to the south is a proposed 38 feet 6 inches tall. The proposed car wash is 32 feet 7 inches. All other buildings are 27 feet tall or less. As shown on the digital material board, the building materials include dry stacked rock in a blonde sandstone color, engineered wood siding in a Hawaiian charcoal color, Navajo white stucco, and standing seam metal roofing in a charcoal color. These exterior finishes are attractive and well designed. Landscaping is inviting and provides walkability with the trail system on the east and south boundary lines. Parking for the proposal requires 205 parking stalls. The applicant is providing 212 parking stalls broken down with 55 parking spaces for the 8,200 square feet of restaurant, 140 parking spaces for the 34,780 square feet of retail office, and 10 parking spaces for the employees of the car wash. The applicant is providing an excess of 7 parking spaces. The proposal includes 2 monument signs located at the entrances into the service station off of George Washington Boulevard and Washington Fields Road. As shown in the exhibits, these monument signs are 11 feet 5 inches tall and 15 feet wide. There is also a low profile subdivision sign on the corner of George Washington Boulevard and Washington Fields Road. This sign is 34 feet 8 inches long and 6 feet 5 inches tall. The applicant has identified phase 1 to include improvements along their boundary lines and adjacent to George Washington Boulevard and Washington Fields Road. These improvements include curb and gutter, asphalt pavement and associated striping, 10-foot asphalt trail, street side landscaping installed up to the building setbacks. Phase 1 improvements will also include the detention basin and its associated landscape and 6-foot block wall along the west property line. Planning Commission reviewed this request on January 17th, 2024, and unanimously recommended approval of Z-23-15 for the design and use of an already zoned PUDC parcel. And that was based on the following findings and subject to the following conditions as seen in the report. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Eldon. Council, what questions do you have for our city planner?
More just clarifications, and I don't know if it's for Eldon or the applicant, but.
And I'll bring the applicant up after.
Okay. Well, the only clarification is just some of the stuff I want to make sure is that, like the wood fencing, I think the project's really nice. I'm super happy with it. It's what we've been wanting in the fields. It's what I've been wanting. So I'm super excited about this look, but I just noticed like the split rail fence and stuff. I just want to make sure that they're going to put all that in, and that's part of the project, that what we see here is what we're going to get, and I'm good.
I would just ask for the applicant to clarify.
You'll make a note of that, and I'll invite you up in a minute. Councilman Belliston has a question.
There you go. Down at the bottom of the staff report, or bottom of each sheet, who are the, I know who BGP is, Site Concepts, Quercus, who are they? It would be on the, it's not on these sheets, it's on your narrative sheet, Exhibit A.
You try to pull that up here.
Talking the staff report.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's on the staff report form.
Yeah, underneath administration. So develop teamwork with BGP and on the design and layout of this project. I'm pretty sure it's our.
That's trying to think.
Will Barnes, Bill Linscomb.
Correct, yes.
I know who BGP is. I don't know the other two entities.
Let me find that and see exactly what you're looking at.
And I guess my question is why are they on our staff reports? Does that make sense?
That does, yeah. So that report came from BGP. I would have to dig into those specifics as to Site Concepts, probably the landscaping firm with them that they partner with and the services that they provide.
These are the consultants that the applicant used to put all this together.
That we hired.
That specific report.
No, not that we hired. These are applicant hired professionals.
And these are great questions, Councilman. Probably some of these detailed questions could be asked prior to the meeting if you want to get into that. Further questions for city planner before I invite the applicant forward?
Mayor, just one thing on the fire department. I really appreciate the staff flow card. It's really helpful. But I just wanted to point out that the fire department says there's no concern at this time, but they'll need to look at it again when there's a full plan submission. We just want to make sure that that is a good continuity to that, so that we don't get boxed in any corners, that they realize if there's anything that they need to bring about now, then we probably need to work on that now rather than after full plans are drawn.
Good point. Jeremy?
Yeah, let me just make one comment, kind of piggybacking on what Councilman Belliston's question. I really want to talk a little bit about the process that we used on this, and I really thank the applicant for being such a willing participant in that process with the city and with BGP, who we have help in the design and the layout, and it turned into a really, really good project. And I want to just express appreciation to the applicant for doing that. I think it's early in the process down in the fields, but they're one of the first. We'll get a really good project out of it. I think they'll be able to show a really good example to other developers that end up down there. So just express that appreciation. They've been great to work with.
Mayor and council, I need to correct myself. I did speak incorrectly. Councilman Ivy confirmed me correctly. Those three entity names are affiliated with the Will and Bill consultancy that the city requires and pays for.
My impression, I'm sorry, this document looks like it was produced by Will and Bill, but it's got the city letterhead on it. At least that's kind of what I was gathering when I read it. the other night.
Yeah, it wasn't
So-
prepared by us. They put our logo on top of all those
Yeah.
pages. So
Okay.
it's not part of our report. It's just the exhibits that were given at the application time.
Great. Anything else for Eldon? Applicant, Mr. Patel, if you'd like to come forward. And while you're coming forward, you know, we've seen some of your other products, and they're almost as impressive as the one you'll build in Washington. Tell us what you'd like us to know.
Thank you. I guess I would just start off with just appreciative to the city staff and everyone here at the city. This project, our design team has worked hand in hand with the city for the past several months. I think we've came up with a great project overall. It looks very appealing. I think it's going to be a good fit out there in Washington Fields. Just to tell you a little bit about us, I was actually born and raised in Southern Utah. I lived here my entire life. And what we do as developers here in Southern Utah is to do what we want to live. We live here, we want something to be nice. We're not here to make a quick buck and kind of walk away. So this development is something that we're very proud of. The previous development that we've done before this was the Canyon Crossing project out in Ivins. We did a similar thing. We listened to the city staff, we listened to the residents, and wanted to do something that's impactful there and as well as here. So we want to do something that positively changes the residents out there and hopefully make that part of town a little bit nicer and make it more attractive, and hopefully we achieve that goal. And then there was an earlier comment about some of the stuff on these renderings. Everything that you see in the rendering is going to be built out, including the fencing and all of the materials and how that. So our vision is to make sure that when the final, everything's said and done, it's built out and looks just like what the renderings depicted.
Councilman Henderson.
Mayor, may I? I was just gonna say, one of the things I like about your Canyon Crossings, is that what it's called in Ivins? Is it really captures the feel of that area, I think. And I think you guys nailed it on this one too. You really captured the feel and you know, just the environment of Washington Fields, and this really, you know, I know somebody on the Planning Commission said this is kind of the model that we're going to look to as we move forward with future developments down here, and I agree. I think you guys hit a home run. So thank you.
I did have a question. Are you planning on improving the roadway, Washington Fields, in phase 1 of the project?
Yes.
And the trail?
Yes.
Okay.
So Mayor, just to add maybe to what Councilman Henderson was saying is that, you know, when we started the design standards for the fields, we knew that it was a very special place and that we wanted to preserve some of that historical significance in our community going forward. And I'm sure when you first heard this, you were like, well, no, wait a minute. But what I can see here is great collaboration, great attitude, and a great presentation. And, you know, I too would like to compliment you for not only what I've heard from staff and your relations with them, but bringing a project that has all the T's crossed and I's dotted. You know, I love the information that's presented in this. It's very clear and concise, but just a mention of thank you for working well with staff and bringing a good project forward.
Thank you.
And we know you, and we know you're part of this community, and you build a great product. And again, I'll echo the council's comments on this. We're really excited to see this going as you built other projects in the community. Council, any additional comments or interactions with the applicant before I turn to you for further discussion and or a vote? Councilman Coates.
Had one other question. On the trail, is that planned to be concrete or asphalt?
It's going to be asphalt.
Okay, it's just be consistent with the other condition we had on the piece to the north. We requested that be asphalt, so that's good. Thank you. I'm ready for a motion, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. Councilman Coates, go ahead.
I'll make a motion that we approve the ordinance for zone change Z-23-15 to approve the design and use of the already zoned planned unit development, commercial PUDC, located approximately Washington Field Road and George Washington Boulevard, with the additional condition that in phase 1, Washington Fields roads and 3650 South be fully constructed to full width along with the trail along the roadway.
Okay.
Second.
You've heard the motion by Councilman Coates, We have a second by Councilman Belliston. This is an ordinance, so we'll go roll call, starting with Councilman Henderson.
Aye.
Coates.
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
Casperson. Belliston.
Aye.
Your project is approved unanimously. We look forward to a groundbreaking and a ribbon cutting and lots of stops by me and all of my children driving cars at your gas station. Thank you very much. It's going to be, and all of the other services that will be there as well, and including maybe my favorite, the cow wash. Thank you, guys. Item 7B. This item before you, council, is consideration to approve an ordinance for zone change request Z-23-16 from R16 and open space to C3. This is located at approximately Washington Parkway and exit 13. This item was also seen and heard by the Planning Commission last week, where the public hearing took place, as you know, as you've seen in your minutes and in preparation for this. The applicant is Signal Peak Health Village, LLC. City Planner Eldon Gibb will also present on this item. Mr. Gibb.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. The C3 request is for the purpose of developing the 12.54 acres into a commercial development. This particular location has a general plan land use designation of community commercial. Community commercial supports the C3 zoning designation. Surrounding zoning to this parcel is PCD to the north, C3 to the east and south, and open space, and R16 to the west. Staff has no concerns with the proposed zone change as outlined. The Planning Commission reviewed this request on January 17th, 2024, and unanimously recommended approval of Z-23-16 for the zone change request from the current R16 and open space to the proposed C3 zoning designation. That's based on the following findings in the report, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have at this time.
Council, it's pretty straightforward. And you saw the companion piece of the puzzle to this a few weeks ago. Do any of you have questions for Eldon on this item?
The only question I have is why wouldn't they go all the way to the street to the west there?
That may be a question for the applicant, so applicant, if you'll make a note of that.
No, all the way to Whit Street, Councilman. It's to the south,
What is that, Tortoise Drive there?
to the west. That's going to become that's PUD that'll come to you later. They got a general plan amendment just recently.
Okay.
I think it's before you might have come on. So they're going to do that whole from the Parkway down to Buena Vista, and in between this and Tortoise Drive will be planned unit development.
Yeah, that's actually a good question, Councilman. That was one I was referring to a few weeks ago. That whole westerly border from the Parkway down to Buena Vista is now just straight PUD. So that was the first piece, and this is the second piece. But that's a good question, not having been there for the last piece.
Party.
What's that?
Again, I'm just late to the party.
But we're glad you're
All
here,
right.
Councilman.
You're
Good question. Thank you, Eldon. Jerry or Bob, would either of you like to come forward on this item? Do you have questions for the applicant, or are we ready for motion?
I'm ready for motion if you are, Mayor.
You know, this is what you call a wise applicant and engineer. If I don't have to speak in front of the council, then I won't. Councilman Ivy, go ahead with the motion.
Yes, Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve an ordinance for zone change request C-23-16 from R16 and open space to C3 located at approximately Washington Parkway and exit 13.
Council, you've heard the motion by Councilman Ivy.
Second.
I have a second by Councilman Henderson. We'll go roll call, starting with Councilman Coates.
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
Casperson.
Aye.
Belliston. Henderson.
Aye.
It's approved unanimously. And thank you for all you're doing here in Washington, both of you. And I hope you were impressed with our amazing youth here. I know it took a few minutes, but I think it was worthwhile for the community. Item 8 is a memorandum of understanding. This is between Washington Cliffs and the Warner Valley Pre-Annexation MOU. The applicant
is Red Cliffs Resort. City Manager Jeremy Redd will present to the council on this particular item. Mr. Redd.
Thank you, Mayor. This won't be nearly as smooth as the way Eldon does it, but I'll try my best.
No, you don't have the hair that Eldon has.
Why are you always knocking on people without hair?
Sorry, I shouldn't. This shouldn't be a bully pulpit. Strike it from the record, Miss Recorder.
There are very few people that have the hair Eldon has, so I'm okay with that. Mayor and council, this is Red Cliffs Resort LLC. They're the group working on a possible annexation and PCD plan for a resort commercial residential project located in the unincorporated area of Warner Valley. If you remember, they came a few months ago to a work session and presented a concept to you, and this is the same group. The property is included in Washington City's annexation plan, but has not yet been planned for or included in any capital project planning because it has not yet been annexed. So the usual process for the development of unincorporated areas is to apply for the annexation and go through the process of annexation, which would then place zoning on the annexed property. That'd be step one, and then go through the entitlement process to determine development. The applicant are proposing bringing the annexation and the PCD, the Planned Community Development Plan, at the same time to the same meeting. And if they're successful with the annexation, then the PCD plan would be considered at the same time, but either the annexation and PCD plan are approved at the same time, or neither would be granted. So they would like to bring them together, which is, it's something that's a little bit atypical to our process. It's not out of bounds, it's just not what we've seen happen in the past. So the developer, in order to get a little bit of clarification, has asked for a pre-annexation memorandum of understanding to clarify aspects of their proposed development with the city council before they go down the road of undertaking a costly and time-consuming annexation and PCD plan. Recognize nothing in the MOU is binding. It's just a memorandum, but it's merely an attempt to reach an understanding of some of the development concepts that are important to the city and to the developer. And I'm sure they'll be able to answer a lot of those questions. I put a few bullet points here that I think are some of the highlights maybe of the MOU, but it clarifies they're asking for in this MOU, again, non-binding, but they're looking at PCD zoning with at least 50% of the units requested as non-primary residential. They're looking at short-term overlay zones. They've requested a certain amount of surface water area to be included in the plan. They're talking about density of 5 units per acre. They've included some language about PIDs for financing, and that those PIDs would not include any of the primary residential component. Again, we don't have great detail. These are broad strokes so that we can understand where they would like to go and make sure they're on the same page with the council. I'd also just love to run through the use list really quick as included in the MOU. The use lists here include residential dwelling units, commercial development, amenities, a commercial condominium hotel, short-term rental properties with the short-term overlay zone, hotel, glamping, golf course, surf facility, resort water play, accessory uses, and then other similar uses that will be identified in the PCD project plan. So that's sort of an outline of this memorandum. I assume that the applicant may want to, Mayor, present a little bit more, or give some clarification, and then answer any questions.
Council, I'll give the applicant or the applicant's representative an opportunity to speak and to field questions you may have. But before we get there, is there any discussion you would like to have amongst yourself as a body or with the manager on what's been presented? I know you've had this in your packet and read through it. Councilman Belliston.
You said a minute ago that it's non-binding memorandum, right? But the first sentence in the second paragraph says that uses the term vested. So why, I mean, I don't understand why we'd sign a document that says, hey, we guarantee that you're going to get the zoning you request when it comes time to make the request.
Yeah, there's nothing in this document that vests them with any zoning at this point. And I think it's clarified in a couple of places throughout the document that this is not it's just a memorandum of understanding.
Manager, the items that you've listed, Are those items that the applicant is requesting, like the short-term rental overlay zone, is that something that they would like to have in this development? Is it something that they're requesting, or is it something that we're just talking about? I'm just trying to get an idea of exactly what those bullet points are.
Yes, Councilman, they're requesting short-term overlay zone.
And surface water and in densities at the 5 units per acre.
Yes.
Okay.
Further questions, clarifications with the manager? At this time, would invite the applicant or the applicant's representative to come forward, and if you'd just introduce yourself to the council, and if you wouldn't mind, give us a bit of an explanation of the memorandum, and then if you'd be willing to field any question the council may have. And we know you, we've seen you before, but for the record.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Jim Boyden, and I am the representative of the development team of this project, and it's an honor and a privilege to be before you again. It's been a number of months since we met last in work session, and this is the next step that we were directed to take, was to put together a document that memorialized the direction that the city would like us to move in.
So Jim, clarification, you said directed, but we didn't direct you, correct? Because we didn't direct you for an MOU. Just clarification. You requested
Jeremy,
it.
what's the best way to phrase this? I don't want to.
The MOU is not a required part of the process, and so their group is looking for direction, and I didn't feel like as staff we can't approve direction. That's what the council really needs to tell, especially on a project this large and complicated. I wanted to make sure that you were sending them in the direction that you were comfortable with, it wasn't really a staff decision at that point.
Right.
Continue on.
When we
Thank you
met
for the clarification.
last, what we were trying to figure out is if the project of this scope, was something that the city was excited about, that the city had an appetite for, or if it would be met with, constant conflict and objection. And so, before we undertake such an effort of annexation and rezoning, utilizing our resources and time, not only ours but yours as well, that we were all on the same page, understanding what direction we wanted to move in. And so when we last met, the agreement that we had is that we would put together an agreement that memorialized, what it was that we were trying to move forward to. We referred to that last as a pre-annexation agreement. And I have to commend staff. I mean, we have worked diligently over the course of the last many months, hammering out what that agreement might look like. And it became evident to us that the city wouldn't agree to do anything without us first going through the process of doing the studies and the research and the analysis to make sure that the city was in a position to be able to offer up the services of the city. Mm-hmm. And so what we decided as a development team internally was that, well, if we're going to go through that process, let's make it part of the rezoning requirement that the city would have for an annexation. The city can't annex, as you all know, without assigning zoning to that annexed property. And so we said, well, if we're going to do this, let's do this. Let's do the zoning that we want in the end. And as Jeremy mentioned, it's quite an expensive, time-consuming, high-risk proposition. But it is also, in our opinion, a gesture of good faith that we are willing to go through all of that to be able to, when annexed, land on the zoning that we desire to have, that will facilitate this plan. And Councilman Belliston, it's nice to meet you. Welcome to this council. I look forward to working with you. In answer to your question that you brought up earlier, if it's the appropriate time to address it, that sentence that you referenced in the second paragraph of the agreement states that only if we annex would we look to have the vested rights. If we don't annex, then we don't have vested rights.
I understand
hand
that,
in
but
hand.
what you're asking for is a PCD is like you said, it's a big process.
Yeah.
Right. This comes in with maps. This comes in with densities. This comes in with proposed uses of water, and this comes in with a golf course. I mean, this comes in, and this document in my mind is one to say, you guys said we could have all this. We're vested. And it's not one place that term is used, it's
Right.
multiple places.
Right. And I think
Right.
the clarification, and Mr. Red said this earlier, if one doesn't happen, the other doesn't happen. It's either both or none. And so if we don't
No,
annex, we don't have vested rights. And so
I totally understand that. I've annexed
so this-
property before.
Yeah.
I know the process. You know, you assemble the properties, you come in, you get it annexed, and then the city can start devoting time and resources to it for utilities and everything else.
Yeah.
So, you know, typically what happened, you come in and zone it R1A or some sort of underlying zone so that you have that, and then you work on it, and then you're really working on this long process with staff as partners. But what you're asking is for this to say, hey, we're vested with these items in it, and I'm here to tell you, some of them I have a little bit of a hard time with.
And I apologize if that's the impression that this document makes, but this document doesn't vest anything. All that we're saying in this, in the way we look at this is a roadmap that we will commit to follow, so that when we do complete the annexation, that the PCD zone has been reviewed by council, and that the uses are acceptable, and that everything is buttoned up, I's dotted, T's crossed, so that when it's annexed, that the PCD zone is also there. Typically, you know, a developer would wait and go through that PCD process after the fact.
I'll tell you what I'm comfortable with. If this said, hey, it's our intent to pursue a PCD project plan, and it's the city's intent to pursue a PCD project plan after the annexation, I'm okay with that. But beyond that, there's a whole lot that goes into a PCD that.
Yeah.
Councilman
to say
Coates,
that
what would you add?
That we're giving you a
Please.
PCD zone, it's putting the cart before the horse.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, so I wanted to, like I said, I'm not for the MOU. I don't see the point. I understand you want direction. You should get direction, right? Like, I want you to have direction from the staff, because I don't want you to spend from the council and staff, I don't want you to spend a ton of money and go down a direction you don't want. I've been there. I get it. You don't want to do that. I don't think the MOU is the process, in my opinion. My opinion is, let's give you direction and you go down that steps. And that's how I've done multiple PCDs. That's how I've done it. It's just how you do it. And so I'm in favor of, let's keep the conversation going. I'm excited about pieces of it. There's pieces I'm not excited about. Do you remember what I met with you twice. You remember what I'm looking for? What's the thing I'm looking for?
You said if the math works, then you'll have my vote.
That's not what I said, but
You said if it all works out, then, you know, if
I'm
everything
after
comes
the
together-
infrastructure, right? How will we get this thing off the ground? Because the city can't bear that cost.
That's right.
And how do we get through all these problems? But I can't commit to any of these things until we have some of these other things figured out, which is part of the process of going through. So that's kind of where I'm at. I'm excited for the project. Like I said, there's things I'm not excited for, and there's things I'm excited for. I'm excited to get Warner Valley going, but it puts a big burden on the city as soon as we annex in. And I think it's the next step, but there's nothing that I'm feeling comfortable about. I mean, we talk about all these things that I can tell you're concerned about getting these things passed, which are, short-term overlay. I want so much commercial or all this stuff. And I think it's great that you're worried about those, because you should be. Those are the things that are contentious items. But how can I tell you, yes, I'm okay with giving you 50% short-term rental when I just don't know if we can? Because also, I know you have it, but where's the community? Where's the community that our residents can be? I like resorts, but I like community too. So I just don't have the information yet to understand.
Right.
So that's kind of where I'm at. I'm excited about the project, but it has to come in the steps. And I know it costs money to put a PCD. I'd be comfortable with putting it's zone PCD. Like Councilman Belliston said, it's zone PCD. So then you bring in your PCD and we start hashing out. But to identify these things is just, at this time, I can't do it because I don't have the data to tell me that it's okay to do it.
Right.
Mr. Bowen, you've heard Councilman Bellison and Councilman Coates. Take some time to respond. The floor is yours.
And we're not looking for the city at this point to commit to these elements of our project plan. We are looking for the city to say, hey, we understand what you're going for, and we're going to work together in good faith that we can resolve the questions, the concerns, and the issues of how this is going to come together. It's a tremendous undertaking for us, as well as for the staff, to go through and review the elements of a full-blown PCD rezone application. But we're willing to undertake that if we have that good faith in place. And that's what this memorandum of understanding really memorializes, is that, hey, we understand what you're trying to do. Let's go for it. And we'll commit our resources and our time, and we'll do it. But what we don't want to do is annex into a city that says, yeah, we want the land, but we don't want the project. Because then we're stuck in a land use authority that has no motivation to help us accomplish our goals. But and this
Do you
is
respond to that,
not
Councilman? And then Councilman Ivy's got some comments.
I understand that gives you some reassurances.
Yeah. And that's what this is. It's just, hey,
But-
we
but I'm-
understand what you're trying to do.
But when I look at it, I think the MOUs doesn't matter, right? I'm telling you, me as a council member, I'm excited about a project in Water Valley. Am I excited about this? A little bit not. It's scary. It's an undertaking. You're bringing on a whole new area that we're not set up right now to handle. And so I can't give you all the reassurances, but the steps I see is we got to just start working toward it. And if we work toward it, we don't need an MOU. We need to just start working toward it. I'm not asking you to annex today.
I agree.
You can annex later once you get your PCD figured out and get the staff and everybody comfortable and get all us comfortable with the infrastructure and how you're doing. So I don't think we need to go down the MOU route.
Councilman Coates, I agree with you. And that's how it would work. We wouldn't annex until all that stuff is worked out. And so
in my mind, I don't need an MOU. Let's just work on it if that's what you want to do.
you know, and technically speaking, that's correct. The MOU is not part of the entitlement process. This is not something that we require, the city would require.
I'd like for you to just maybe repeat back a little bit. You said you understood Councilman Coates. I think he gave some kind of clear thoughts. If you wouldn't mind just kind of addressing those a little more clearly, and then I know Councilman Ivy's been waiting to make some comments as well. I just want to make sure you.
No, I think he answered my question. I understand what your group wants, and I don't blame you. But I feel like we have to give them direction, and I think that's more important than an MOU. Direction in, hey, what do we want? And I feel like we do that in another work session, and we start hashing out.
I'm hearing
items.
you say bring the annexation with the PCD zoning and then work through the process.
I think. Well, can't we look at it before then? Or no?
It's typical for us to do that, and we have a little bit on this one on projects of this scale. So the answer is yes. Let me get to Councilman Ivy, and then I'll come back to you, Councilman Belliston.
Sure.
No, I appreciate you being here. I do remember the first time, and I'm not concerned about the MOU. I think if that's what you wanted to bring forward to present what your concerns are, because it's really truly a business decision for you folks. I mean, you're talking about a lot of money, and I think you have every right to get the answers that you need to be able to make good business decisions. Because ultimately, if this project comes to fruition, we want it to be as good as it can be. You want it to be as good as it can be. But really what the MOU is, whether it's in that format or not, there's no guarantees. It's not binding, but it is an act of good faith on both parties' part to be able to have open dialogue and see if it's going to work. I think the one thing that I would say is that I think you've been very, very good to this point. And I think that one thing that we both have to remember is that timing is very important. Mm-hmm. And that with your project, again, I don't want to be redundant, but I understand why you're asking, why you've brought forward an MOU, because if I was in a business position where I was going to be spending the amount of money that this would take, I'd like some direction. And, whether it's assurances or not, but a direction and understanding that maybe just what you could glean from tonight's meeting might be very beneficial in a way that you didn't even really determine when you came in. But I totally understand. And from a personal standpoint, that is almost like sacred ground out there for us locals. And we understand that. So, depending on how this plays out, we want it to be as good a project as you. So we appreciate you being here.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Let's stay on this side for just a minute, Jeremy, and then we'll get to Councilman Belliston.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify a little. I think some of this is also for staff, so I'm hoping that we can get direction as well. So if Jim mentioned it takes a lot of time for staff to work through. What they would do is they would hire an engineer or a development design team, but the other half of that is the staff. So for instance, even just the water system, our water staff are going to work for many, hundreds of hours trying to design that. I just want to make sure that if there's a use or there's something that that you don't think is compatible, I guess the concept of the MOU is we can remove that right now so that both they and staff recognize, let's not put hundreds of hours towards something that right at the very beginning you're happy with or you're not, or there's something that you want to see that isn't included. So I guess that was the concept. It's not necessary. It's just to try to get all of us so that we're not, as staff and developer, not spinning our wheels, because I'm really concerned about the staff time as well.
So that leads into my questions, right, that I've been kind of asking. So if you'll hold up here for a second, sir. Sure. And I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
My
again.
name's Jim Boyden.
Jim, okay. Drew, when we did the general plan change to include PUD, PCD in a general plan overlay, right, or in a color, do we have a zone for PCD that's in, like we do with the PUD? Because we separated the PUD from the actual PUD application.
You mean in the general plan or in zoning?
In zoning.
There is a zone PCD, but it has to, by the code, you have to bring all the stuff with it. It just says these are the things required to get it. Our PUD, we don't. We broke that up. We redid the PUD zoning a couple of years back. I think it was right before you came off the council last time. We redid the PUD, and you could get PUD zoning and then bring your plan later. But that's not an option in the PCD.
So with a PCD, the general plan would come in as a PCD, right? Because we do have that overlay.
We have a PUD general plan designation.
Right, correct. But for the zoning, he would have to come in with a straight zone or ag zone or some other zone when he came in and then start working on the PCD.
Yeah, if you don't run them parallel, which I don't recommend, but if you don't do that, then I would just say the next option I'm glad you're asking, because I would say we zone it PUD, because that is the next step right below, because it's all about acreage with PUD, PCD. So that's what I'd recommend. If you guys want them to get the annexation first, assign the zoning, I would assign PUD. And
so he could do that fairly inexpensively though.
It doesn't cost them anything. Actually, that's part of the zoning.
Be an annexation.
Yeah, part of the annexation process is when you annex something, you assign it zoning at that time.
And we assign it PUD, which then you can come back in with an application at a later date and know that we're going to work that direction. And our ordinance pretty much says if it's 100 acres and under, right?
200.
Is it 200? So this would fall into that 200 or over. We'd push into a PCD anyway, okay? Just because that's where zoning. Thad, you were on the council when the Boundary Commission was put together, right?
The Boundary Commission?
Yeah, when there was a disagreement out at the airport and the cities all sat down together and drew the lines of the boundaries and.
After you, I think.
So the Boundary Commission is a body that's established by state statute to resolve annexation disputes between cities that's run through the county. But yes, when I was on council, the Boundary Commission was finishing up a decision on a dispute between Washington and St. George.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but that Warner Valley is in our annexation boundaries.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So if you're going to annex into a city, you'd be annexing into Washington City anyway.
That's right.
So we don't have annexation boundaries. We have what's called an annexation policy plan, which is something that state law requires cities adopt to establish a public knowledge to the other entities and landowners what parcels the city intends to eventually have be included in their property. The state law also indicates that when a city establishes an annexation policy plan and gives all the neighboring cities notice, that the neighboring cities may object and may create a disputed process between those two cities to decide where the line should be drawn. When Washington created this annexation policy plan and notified its neighbors, there were no objections. And so after the time had run on that period, Washington has proceeded forward as if neither of its neighbors had any plans or desire to annex the lands that Washington had identified. And you're correct, Warner Valley is that big chunk in the bottom that neither Hurricane nor St. George nor any other entities objected to Washington City including in its plan.
Good clarification. Councilman Henderson, let's have you jump in.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to kind of maybe go down the road that Jeremy was maybe requesting on some specifics in the future, you know, as you go about planning this. So you know, as presented here, I can't get behind all those nightly rentals. I just can't do it. So there's one, that's where I'm at on that. I'm not going to be able to get behind the 26 acres of water, you know, ponds and lakes and things like that. Just not going to be able to do that. And moving forward for large projects that come into Washington City, I'm not going to be able to get behind anything that doesn't have a major affordable housing component. And so that's where I'm at. So anyway, if you want to take note of that, it's kind of similar to what I said last time. I mean, I'm not, you know, we're to the point now where our critical needs here in Washington City and in Washington County, you know, have to be looked at and taken seriously. And water is one of them. And affordable housing is just critical here.
But can we clarify on affordable housing? That doesn't mean only apartments. It means
no, it means
home ownership.
Exactly.
I don't think we're against apartments, as we've shown in this city. We've put in a lot of apartments. It's just we're looking for home ownership in some form for our residents. And most, I mean, we're all thinking of our kids and neighbors and friends and family that are struggling. And so that's what we're looking for in a plan.
Sure. And our plan is right now is currently constituted as about 1,600 acres. Half of that acreage is for primary residential. And of that primary residential, it covers the entire spectrum of types of housing products. And when we met in our work session, we presented that, everything from attached units, multifamily, townhome, patio homes, you know, and moving all the way up to, you know, larger homes on larger lots. But we absolutely plan to provide product that will be attractive to any citizen of Washington City. And anyone looking to come, you know, to Washington County as a whole.
Councilman Bellison, you looked like you had a comment, and then Councilman Casperson, I think, has a comment or a question.
I was just, you know, when it was brought up to give some direction on uses and whatnot, there was a podcast that was done here by recently, and the person on the podcast was involved with Black Desert, and he made this comment, and it stuck with me. He said, we're doing so much for conservation. This golf course uses way less water than if it was quarter-acre lots or quarter-acre homes. The difference is that golf course doesn't give my kid an opportunity, and that golf course doesn't give his kid an opportunity for home ownership. And if I'm conserving water, and believe me, I'm doing my part, right? I'm in construction. I don't build homes with grass. I put in tankless water heaters. I put in research pumps. I put a lot of time and effort into conserving water, and I do that for our children and grandchildren to have an opportunity at home ownership. I'm not so hip on the resort.
Okay, we'll
give you a chance to respond to this for a minute if you'd like, and then we'll go over here.
And this, you know, dovetails back into, you know, Councilman Henderson's, you know, concerns as well. I think, you know, when you talk about water usage and the 26 surface acres of water, it's difficult to look at that and make a decision in a vacuum, right? When we look at the 1,600 acres of developable land that we intend to improve over time, the traditional Washington County development uses 0.8 acre feet of water per unit. That's the measurables of, you know, historical development here in this county. And we're confident in those numbers because our water consultant is Mr. Ron Thompson. He's with us here tonight. We've made the commitment to the water district and to the city that we would reduce that consumption in half and use no more than 0.4 acre feet of water per unit per year. That's our commitment. So when we look at 26 acre feet, that's about, or 26 surface acres, that's about 5% of our total water budget. And it's not coming from the municipal supply. It's coming from private water sources reuse water sources, re-injected water. When you charge up these water interactive amenities, really, because we reinvest that water as we recycle it and treat it, really all we're replacing is the evaporative loss, which is between 130 and 150 acre feet per year. Now with build out, this project on a culinary basis, a drinking water basis, will be about 6,500 acre feet per year. We're asking for about 150 acre feet per year for these water activities. It is, pun intended, a drop in the bucket. And so we have committed to be the poster child of conservation, not only just with water, but with any of our finite resources.
Well, and
Let's go briefly here and then to Councilman Casperson.
You can go first.
Let's finish this thread.
Well, what I wanted to talk about, Washington City's already on that leading edge. We have a landscape ordinance. You'd have to follow that going forward. And that's great. I think that's great. That's good for our future. I think the concern is, I understand you have a water source out there, or if you have water rights, but I know darn well and good that Hurricane tried that too, and all of a sudden they're connecting onto culinary. Like, I need the data to tell me it'll work. It's either really expensive to get it clean enough for these water sources, or they end up trying to connect to the culinary. And the thing I don't want to happen is 5 years from now, you're here pleading, hey, I've spent millions and millions of dollars on these water features and I can't get my water to meet state code. And all of a sudden we're like, well, what do? We better give it to them. And then that's what I'm concerned about.
Sure. And whatever we need to do through the development agreement that's yet to come, or through whatever ordinances for zoning that are passed, or through the PCD, we can address that to make sure that that doesn't happen. And we're willing to do that.
Excellent comments. Councilwoman Casperson.
I just wanted to kind of bring up the cost to the city to service these areas. Jeremy, can you kind of talk about, the impact that would have for, our fire, police, and even our EMS services, and how that would be with, we've had those conversations with fire and budgeting, and, even had conversations about EMS. So could you kind of talk to that, Jeremy?
I can try. There's probably a lot of different factors there. There's the annexation portion. And of course, I think we're all aware that when we annex a property now, Washington City is the responsible party for that. So for instance, there were a couple of EMS incidents in Warner Valley this last weekend that were in St. George News. Once the city annexes a parcel, a piece of property, we're responsible for police protection, fire protection, to maintain the roads, those type of activities. Of course, anytime there's development in those areas, the city would be responsible for the water, the sewer, the police, the fire, stormwater, the whole 9 yards. And so I think that's a really good question. It's a lot of what will get identified, number one, in the annexation application. So that a lot of that information comes in during the annexation, and then the city has that choice to annex or not annex. And then the rest of that will come in with the PCD plan. So they will have to identify how much water, how they're going to provide the water, what type of treatment facilities. That's why this takes so many, hundreds or thousands of man hours to get through. But does that answer the question? Or
Yeah, I feel like it does. And then that we would obviously need to hire. Would we then need more fire? Another fire station? Would it be the impact on police and fire? And
there would certainly be a necessity for more services. I can't tell you right now if we would need another fire station or how many new firefighters we would need to hire to cover the area, but that would have to come as part of the plan. How are we going to provide fire protection? How are we going to provide, again, water, sewer, stormwater, all those things. So that's part of it. I mean, when we go through that entire process, we want to know that we're also spending time going to a process that's something that the council wants to see when we're finished, or is, at least relatively certain that they want to go down that road. So, but yeah, it's a large area. It's away from our community, our current community. So I would expect it will need all the resources, and they'll all be additional to what we have now.
May I ask a question?
Councilman
Mayor?
Henderson, yes.
So we talked a little bit about affordable housing, and I agree with both Councilman Coates and Councilman Belliston. One of our greatest needs is affordable housing for purchase for our kids that grow up here, and they're just not able to afford anything right now. So what I'm a little bit worried about is, we need affordable housing for purchase that's at the bottom of the market. You know, we're looking for homes that are, unfortunately, starter homes around 400,000 or something like that. And that, it's hard to say, you know, that a starter home's around 400,000, but it's hard for me to believe, you know, if you're building, you know, a world-class golf course and all that kind of stuff, are you truly going to be able to have affordable housing in your development that's down at the bottom of the price point? Because that's what we need. We need starter homes for young couples, young families that are just getting into the bottom price point. And I'm just, you know, is affordable housing to you the same as affordable housing to me? I mean, is your affordable housing at the bottom of the price point, or is it townhomes that are 750,000, 800,000 to pay for the golf course?
No, I understand your concern, and the answer is yes. I mean, that's the point, that's the commitment we made when we presented this concept to you a few months ago, is that yes, we understand the needs of the community, and we want to be able to provide a solution for those needs. So yes, you know, but we feel like we have enough land and enough within the land plan of this land to offer a product to everyone at all walks of life.
Okay.
So yes, our commitment is yes.
Thank you.
And I think, Mayor, if I may.
And take the time you need. I'll give you the final word. I think council's had a chance to express their opinions and ask questions. I'll give you the time you need to kind of give your final thoughts.
Thank you. So I want to go back to something that Councilwoman Casperson said about the demand that this project would place on the city. I think it's important to note that this project, being a mixed-use project, will generate tax revenues that will be able to not only pay for those, but create a surplus for whatever city services need to be provided out to this project. When you talk about the use of the water will generate a sales tax revenue that we project to be about $1 million per year in sales tax revenue. Property tax, sales tax, all of the various taxes that can be generated by this project at build out, we estimate to be around $10 million per year, which is more than I think the city's, you know, current budget for emergency response.
It's pretty close to it. It's pretty close.
And so we know that the highest and best use of our water resources, if you have someone coming to interact in a water amenity such as a surf lagoon, that water is generating tax revenues that you're not getting if you're irrigating a ball field, or if you've got a private surf resort in Hurricane. The value that water generates, the taxes that it generates, the attraction that it creates of people coming, not only for a resort, but to call it home, is well worth the investment. It's the highest and the best use that you can put that water to use for. Draw just a comparison. The water that we would need to operate all of these amenities is comparable to one sports complex of softball diamonds or a modest alfalfa field, right, of 10 acres or so. And so when you look at the economic impact that our proposed uses have versus some of the more traditional uses of that water, it's not even comparable.
I agree with you on the math. It can be water savings, but where's the field for my kid to play on, or where's the field for the kid who lives next to that?
We have it incorporated.
I'm just saying. Yeah, and I'm not being negative on the project. I think the project's good. There's things I don't like. There's things we need to tweak on, and we just need to keep working on it. And that's where I'm at.
Right.
I don't think an MOU is the right thing. I do think you deserve direction.
Yeah.
Because if you don't have it, it is a lot of wasted money. And if you get down to the end, and
that's right. And that's really what this memorandum is. It's an agreement to work in good faith together. It's just a gesture of good faith. It's something that does give us confidence to move forward.
And I'll give you my handshake. I'll work with you to figure it out. I'm not going to write it in paper because I don't want this coming back on me saying, well, you agreed to it. Because what if it comes down and I'm like, well, I don't agree with it now based on what you're trying to do. I don't want you using this against me. I want you to show me what your plan is. Let's work together. Let's make a project. But I'm not going to agree to an MOU on this because I don't agree with everything on this list. But I think there's some things that make sense. I like short-term rentals to 50%. I don't think I like,
Okay, and
you know,
that's a
and
great
those,
point. And Councilman Henderson, you had the same comment.
Yeah.
Is there a number that you are comfortable with?
well, I don't know yet. It's hard to tell. Like, I know I've seen your plan. It's not in our packet tonight. I don't remember everything that's in the plan that's a part of it, but I know
Conceptual.
Councilman Belliston wasn't on here for the work session, so I don't know if he's even had a chance to dive into it, deep dive into it as well.
He's watched every meeting over the last 4 years. I know it.
I think I missed that one.
Except for maybe.
It was a work session. We'll give him a break for that one. That's just where I'm at. Like, sure, I think we can have a great product, but we have reservations and concerns.
Sure.
And we just have to get those, for me, I have to get those solidified, and the way I think is data and plans. And I know that costs money.
Yeah.
But we gotta figure it out to go down that road, for me.
A few final comments, council.
Yeah, well, real quick, I was just gonna say I'm ready to make a motion, but you know, to that end, I asked about the annexation plan and the PUD zone. I mean, this is a lot bigger conversation than we're gonna get resolved tonight, right? It's, you know, there needs to be a couple more work meetings and whatnot, but I think you could move forward confidently. I prefer the regular process of coming with an annexation, we'll look at doing it as a PUD zone. You have that PUD designation there, and then we work on the PCD plan. That's going to take a lot of conversations with you and staff and everybody else. But that's the normal process that I think we probably ought to stick to.
Right, and this is something that was a concern of ours, and Jeremy, if you've got some clarification on it, our intent initially was to do that, was to come in with a PCD or a PUDR and a PUDC, because those are the only two PUD designations that the city has.
I think
Residential
we
or
just
commercial.
did it as a PUD straight with undesignated, didn't we?
You can, and then when you get more specific, when the design comes in with the plan, we can get more specific on it, so.
That would be my preference.
I would
is
try
just
to
a
move them
straight
until you know
PUD
where
and
you're
not try
gonna
to
go.
designate it yet, because you don't know where those lines need to be drawn either.
Right, so the question that we had as a development team was, would we be required to go through all of the studies and the research and the analysis to gain the PUDR or the PUDC or PUDC zoning designation, only to then have to go and redo it for PCD, which would be essentially a double cost.
In our code, we can do a PUD.
Drew, why don't you answer the applicant's question on that?
At the annexation time, you would not have to do anything. They can assign it the way they want. Now, you have to come back and get a presented plan. That's when you're going to go back and do all the homework, pay all the money for all those studies. But at the annexation, they have the ability and the authorization to give you PUD zoning without any, you have no paperwork other than just saying that's what we'd like to have as the zone.
Other than the
But
exhibits that would take.
Does the
Yeah,
PUD zone have any development rights
Drew,
associated with it?
go ahead and
Is
answer
there
that.
any density
We could all
associated?
try, but you get paid to answer this one, so.
All
We
it
could all
does-
do a pretty good job, but.
All it's going to do is the zoning, it just gives you plan unit development zoning. Okay, you don't have an approved plan, so, if you're under 200 acres, you do PUD C and R. If you're over 200 acres, you're going to go to the PCD.
Yeah.
Or you could make up 3 or 4 PUDs if you wanted to break it up that are all 200 or less and do it that way. It won't matter. We're going to do a development agreement. I'm just saying there are options, but I wouldn't recommend doing that.
And we're not going to get into those weeds. We're not going to, and there'll be plenty of time for conversation with Drew. Councilman Henderson, did you have anything else?
I was just gonna say, for me, nightly rentals would have to be 10%.
Is there
I mean,
a reason for that? I'm just trying to understand, what
yeah,
drives the
because
concern.
we desperately need land and lots and development for people to live. So,
And if we could accommodate both, and more than satisfy the demand for entry-level housing and be able to have a product that, someone could come here as a visitor. I mean, this region receives millions of visitors a year, and there's not very many places to stay. All you need is one
we're
soccer tournament
painfully aware
to
of
get you
that.
to, right. And so we're trying to solve that problem too.
Yeah.
I think what
Councilman Coates.
he's, I mean, don't let me speak for you if I'm wrong, but you got to help us with this affordable housing. Like, literally come up with a good plan of what you're going to do, present it to us, and then I'm open to more things than not. Because I look at vacation rentals and I've never had a problem, but I know it inflated the price on homes. I think it's one of the things that hurts us, is that the vacation rentals have inflated the price on townhomes, and we all did the overlay zones, we did those things, and with the inflation of those, it has hurt. It's made the economy go a little higher on these houses, these starter homes that we traditionally could have started in. So I'm more cautious on if we put them on townhomes, or if we put them on single family homes, or if we put them on condo buildings. So those are the things that I want to see, is where are those vacation rentals? What are they on? If it's on a condo, I don't have as big of a deal as if it's on a townhome or single family home. I'd rather it be for home living. So it's just, that's why I can't commit to a percentage, because I don't know what I'm committing to. So, and percentage wise, I couldn't tell you today because I got to look at it, but.
Right.
Yeah. Jim, if you'd respond to that, and then Councilman Ivy's waited patiently here for a comment.
Yeah.
I know there's a lot of back and forth. I hope you're feeling respected, and
Sure,
this is
yeah.
good
No,
interaction.
This is great interaction. And Councilman Ivy, if you have a question, I'm happy to try
go
to
ahead.
answer.
Please go ahead and answer the question first. That'd be fine.
My last comment would just be kind of a conclusionary comment. Is that a word? A concluding comment. So please.
No, I just hope that what we've done here tonight is to just have a better understanding and to maybe start a little bit higher up in the conversations going forward. As you can see, you know, our council and staff is very passionate about our city. We recognize that some of the national issues that are going on with affordable housing and water affects development, and it's become to the forefront for us to have to secure those things. So it's my hope that when we go from here, that we can make good conversations and move forward, you know, in a direction that benefits you and the city. But I hope that you understand this might have seemed like kind of a heavy conversation tonight, but it's because we really love our city, and you've got your job to do to present your project. But I think a lot of those things can be worked out, and if the project comes forward, then we will have confidence that it's the very best it can be for all parties involved.
And that's our hope as well. My comment would be
Please.
that it's obvious that there are a lot of discussions that need to take place. There's a lot to get through, a lot to try to comprehend. We haven't had an opportunity to meet with two of you. We would love to sit down with you. I know that we've sat down with Councilman Coates, you know, one-on-one, and we've been able to kind of go through some of the, you know, the meat of this, you know, of this project and the challenges that it needs to overcome. I'm more than happy to sit down with each one of you individually and take the time required to address each of your concerns one by one and really work through them. I think a couple more work sessions in this setting would be appropriate as well, before we entertain any motions to vote on something that maybe we don't all comprehend yet. Maybe we table this item for a little bit until we've had a chance to really address the concerns on a more detailed time, you know.
Very fair comments, and wise, a good indication of kind of where we are. Thank you for being here. I know you've got your team here with you tonight, Jim. We appreciate you very much. Council, at this time, thank you. Council, at this time, I'm going to turn to you for further discussion and or motion. Councilman Bellison, it looks like you've got something on your mind.
Well, I was just going to make a motion, but I have a question. Tabling, we'd have to set a date today, right?
Yeah, we'd like you to set a date. Because it's a contract, I would also just maybe warn you against tabling a contract if it's something that's in writing and presented like it is tonight. A table versus a denial, if it was a land use designation, that's the zoning or something.
Plan commission,
and so
probably an up or down might be.
I would just ask that your motion relate to the document presented in the agenda tonight, and I don't believe that a denial tonight is going to harm them or impair any rights that they might have at a future opportunity.
Well, I wouldn't think that we'd even be able to table it and get a couple of work sessions in between now and when a date would have to be set. So
Are you prepared to make a motion, Councilman?
I am. My motion would be to deny this version of the pre-annexation MOU for Washington Cliffs and Warner Valley.
Do we need any reason on a contract, not like land use? We don't need a reason. You've heard Councilman Belliston's motion. Would someone like to second that?
I'll second that.
Have a second by Councilman Henderson. All in favor of denying the MOU, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you for being here tonight. This is not the end of the process as we work together, collaborating and finding the way forward as our friends and with a critical part of our city. So thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for fielding the questions so honestly, candidly, especially for listening and understanding. This was good interaction.
Hey, Mayor, can I make a comment?
Go ahead, Councilman Coates.
Just to clarify, I would rather just us get together and work on it. You can meet with them one-on-one, but I'm ready to work as a team, as a council and a team with them to get work on this project, and our staff. I don't feel like I need to meet one-on-one anymore with them.
It's not typical for council members to meet one-on-one. So I think if future discussions would likely be in more of a workshop session. That I know you and I have done this long enough. We understand that.
When we do a workshop session, can we set it a little bit more informal, board table type of atmosphere?
And we've done that in the past, and we can discuss how to do that. And look, one thing I will say is we've come a long way, and something of 1,600 acres is a lot for both parties to bite off and get moving forward on. But I think we're making progress, and certainly we both care about this community. We care about that area. We want to get it right. So we'll keep that discussion going. Thank you, gentlemen. Item number 9. This is an agreement. Council, I'm confident you've read the agreement. And certainly this is a agreement we want to be transparent on. There are also, it's a consideration to approve a real estate contract, and I'll turn to our city attorney, Thad Segmuller, to present on this item.
Thank you, Mayor. Since we've talked about hair a little bit tonight, I will just note that next year's youth council visit should have Eldon sit on the front row there instead of me. Let's just put it that way.
He loves all this attention.
My hair was on too much display in those photos from the youth council. My hair, there's some hair up there. Speaking of processes, this is a long process, both statutorily from the state and from our city code. The sale of lands owned by Washington City requires a long process. And so this one started some time ago with public hearings and council designation of identifying this piece of property as, the word is surplus that's used frequently in the code. But essentially identified this as a piece of property that is not essential for the services that Washington City offers to its citizens. After that, it was studied and some surveys and things occurred, and we took care of getting easements and all the different things that we might think we need on that parcel. And then we also put it through another public process of RFP, which again, this council heard about and authorized before it happened. This contract tonight is the document that essentially begins the conclusion of the long public process we've been through of seeing if this piece of property would be interesting to the commercial industry, as well as on terms that are interesting to the city. If the council approves, this document would be executed by the mayor. It would include the sale of 11.57 acres at the top of Main Street at the Buena Vista intersection. It would be the
11.557.
Correct. I missed that little 5 in the middle.
You're the details guy, so I just have it in front of me, Mr. Attorney.
This would be the corner of Buena Vista and Main Street on the southwest corner of that intersection. And it would result in a sales purchase price paid to the city of $4 million. Washington City has owned this for decades. The city once sold it to R.C. Willey, and the city was able to purchase it back after R.C. Willey had decided not to pursue the purpose of one of their retail stores there. This contract includes a repurchase right for the city if that same event were to occur again. It includes a number of other provisions, but otherwise it's a pretty standard real estate purchase and sale agreement that between a seller and a buyer. What questions might you have for me?
Council, any questions for Mr. Stegmiller? This is a contract for the sale of the 11.557 acres at what they're calling 175 West Buena Vista Boulevard. It's nothing new to any of you.
No, Mayor, I'd just state that we've had a lot of information given on this, and I've had all my questions answered, and I think it's good for the city, and I think it's good for our residents.
Is somebody prepared to make a motion, or are there additional questions here that haven't been?
Mayor, may I state one more thing?
Please.
I'd mentioned the RFP process. I'm sorry, Councilman.
Oh,
I just wanted to put it on the record tonight that that RFP process included more than one bidder. So this was the proposed purchaser was not the sole bidder, and it was all of the bids. There was, I believe, 5, but in the range of multiples, 4 or 5. They were reviewed and scored by our RFP committee, which did not include me. So they had scored it on a scorecard of different characteristics and attributes, and this proposed purchaser was the candidate that came out with the best score.
That is accurate, entirely accurate, and considerable work. Thank you, team, for the work on that.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Make a motion that we approve the contract for 175 West Buena Vista Boulevard for the amount of $4 million and the other items in the contract.
You've heard the motion by Councilman Coates. Would someone like to second that motion?
I'll second it.
We have a second by Councilwoman Casperson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Hey,
Mayor, do you mind just doing a roll call on that, just so it's clear for the record?
Yep, I'll go roll call. I'll start with Councilman Ivy.
Aye.
Councilwoman Casperson.
Aye.
Councilman Belliston.
Aye.
Councilman Henderson.
Aye.
Councilman Coates.
Aye.
The sales agreement is approved on a 4-1 vote. Thank you, Thad. Coming to the highlight of the night, report of officers from assigned committee. And as tradition, we'll start to my far left. That's with you, Councilman Belliston.
on my one assigned committee I've been able to attend is the Youth Council, and they did a great job of presenting for me earlier tonight. So it was a pleasure to travel up to Salt Lake with them and the rest of the council as well. So appreciated the time spent.
You're doing a fine job. They were all so well spoken. Really impressed. Councilman Henderson.
It's not my direction.
Mayor, I don't have anything tonight. Thank you.
Councilman Coates.
Nothing to report.
Councilman Ivy. Can we get a legislative update?
This
I know where you're in the thick of it.
Yeah, there's a lot to talk about and to go over. So far, there's about just under 600 bills that have been identified, and they're working their way through the houses there. But there's a few of them that we're watching very closely that we feel like would have a lot of impact. We're watching some housing bills that we all recognize, and you've heard some impassioned speeches tonight about the importance of not only water, but securing homes for our next generation and all those type of ideas. But the one thing that I would want to mention tonight is that we've got one bill that I would like to mention, and then just kind of clarify with some other points. But the HCR 1, the USS Utah, is our concurrent resolution from Washington City, and we tried with our legislators to have that out of committee so that it could be heard on the floor while we were there at the Capitol. It didn't make it out of committee, but it's being moved through in a very positive manner, and the response has been very, very positive. I will send that information out, Mayor, to the council and staff, and to Mr. Olson and everyone that's tracking this closely when that is on the floor, so that we can hear that and move that forward. But all of our legislators have spoken very positively of that, and we look forward to that as that proceeds through, and then signing that into law. So the only other comment I'd make, Mayor, is that there's a lot of bills, as I said, on residential housing amendments there's a lot of them that's talking about lot size and taking away impact fees on starter homes and things like that that are kind of one of those one of those things that we all want to have a positive outcome. But the one thought that I might leave, Mayor, is it has to do with density and infrastructure, and it is, if density precedes infrastructure, you have a poor quality of life. If infrastructure precedes density, you have a good quality of life. And so as those things come forward, that's kind of the framing that the legislators are trying to incorporate it into all the bills that they're passing or not. We realize that there's a need, but we need to watch it closely, that the desired outcome is what we're going to get. But I'll be back up again next week for the session, and I would be happy to share any information out. If there's any bills that you're tracking or any information that you'd like, please reach out. I'd be happy to get it for you. But no, we have a good presence at the Hill. It was fun being on the Hill with our entire council, and being able to take Councilwoman Casperson with me to legislate policy was a delight for me to be able to have her there and her share her wisdom on some of the bills that were coming through there. But Mayor, that's all I'll say for tonight. I have some other stuff, but let's just leave it to one tonight.
Wonderful. I think Councilman Coates had a thought on legislation, then we'll get to Councilwoman Casperson.
Yeah, more. I just, was having so much fun. I forgot to tell you all that Jordan and I met with Representative Cutler about the conflict of interest bill he was running. And his goal is to make it just an online process instead of us going to our recorder and then the recorder has to upload it. Like, he's like, why doesn't the applicant just do it? So he's trying to make it simpler. So I think it isn't, my concern was that we were going to have to do it for the recorder and then do it with him, and double dipping and just taking a process. So that's something that he's working on. I don't know where it's going to land, but at least I told him my thoughts on how some things could happen, and I hope that it helps.
And that's just at the state level, right?
Yes.
That you'd register that with the state.
Yeah, it would be you would, instead of registering, well, right now you typically just handwrite it and hand it to our recorder, and then she uploads it to the state. And that would go with financial disclosures as well for campaigning. And he wants to make it so it's just all online on the state. And so it's actually supposed to be less work for the recorder,
right,
and have access for public access to get that data faster too. So
just everything online.
Good points. And we appreciate Jordan, our legislative affairs director. And I know he's building quite the spreadsheet tracking those bills, and there's various bills with various levels of interest and positive or negative support. It's quite the process. Councilwoman Casperson.
I don't have anything to report tonight, Mayor. Thanks.
I don't have anything either. We'll move on to the next item, which is City Manager Report. Jeremy.
Thank you, Mayor. I have two items that I think are of interest to the council. The NRCS line that we've talked so much about in Washington Fields, the Finley Farm subdivision, has been completed. It's a pretty good milestone. I think we've all done a lot of work on that. The construction of Weatherby Way is starting and will be completed in approximately 150 days. So all of that standstill that we've seen at Finley Farms should start taking off now. There's been, again, a lot of staff time put into multiple agreements and trying to make that move forward. So appreciate all the staff and their hard work on that.
Is that road being built by our last agreement where it's portions and portions and there's still a gap?
It'll be the entire road.
Oh, will we?
It'll be all the way out to Washington Fields Road. Okay. So
thank you.
It's portions of different agreements. I think we've had 3 or 4 different agreements, and
okay,
it's ready to go. And then I would mention you approved a project for the Washington Parkway median, the Parkway median that's missing up in Green Spring. You awarded that to Whitaker. They'll be starting on that project Monday the 29th, so it should be moving fairly quickly. Mayor and I can let people know the various emails that we get every week, wanting to know when we're going to do that. So it's coming. That's all I have, Mayor. Thanks.
Council, it's been a good meeting.
Can I
Councilman
ask why
Bellson, did you have something?
Can I ask why that meeting was missing? I don't understand that.
You can ask. I probably can't answer. It was just, it's one of those things where you have developers on both sides and they bring in their plats and they bring in their plans, and neither one of them built the median. So we missed it.
Look, there's a first time for everything. All right. We do have need to go to closed session. This would be in regards to purchase, exchange, or lease of property. I'd like to have a motion to that effect.
Mayor, I make motion that we adjourn to closed session.
We have a motion by Councilman Ivy. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second by Councilman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned and moving into closed session.